think it's working right now. Yeah.
Dabar
So
atrodo
a little
veikia.
bit of technical issues. So
Buvo šiek
good
tiek
morning
techninių
for
nesklandumų,
everyone.
taigi visiems labas rytas.
Welcome everyone to Vilnius Young Leaders
Sveiki
Meeting this
atvykę
year.
į šių
This
metinį
year
Vilniaus
our
jaunų
meeting
lyderių
is a little bit
susitikimą.
different, of
Šiais
course,
metais
due
šiek
to
tiek
obvious
kitaip vyksta
reasons,
mūsų
due
susitikimas
to
dėl
applied
akivaizdžių priežasčių,
quarantine restrictions not
dėl
only in Vilnius
veikiančių
and
karantino
Lithuania, but of
apribojimų ne
course
tik
in the
Lietuvoje,
whole Europe.
bet ir
But we
visoje
have to
Europoje.
adapt to the
Tačiau
situation, and
turime
this year our
prisitaikyti prie
discussions will
situacijos
be
ir šiemet
not
mūsų
live
diskusijos
directly, but
bus
we'll make that
ne
remotely.
tiesioginės, o
So
nuotolinės.
we welcome everyone to
Taigi
participate
visi
in
sveiki
this way.
atvykę,
And just
dalyvauti tokiu
briefly
būdu
short information
ir
about our event
trumpa
before it
informacija apie
begins
mūsų
officially.
susitikimą prieš
So
oficialią
right now
pradžią.
we will
Taigi šiuo
open
metu
our
pradėsim
event in English,
mūsų
as we
renginį
have a
angliškai,
representative from the
nes turime
Swedish embassy.
atstovų iš Švedijos
So, and
ambasados,
after that opening speech,
o po
we'll
šios
begin
atidarymo
our event
kalbos
officially in Lithuanian.
oficialiai
So
pradėsim
everybody
renginį
who is
lietuvių
listening
kalbą.
in
Taigi visi,
Lithuanian
kurie
still will be able
klausosi
to do that,
Lietuvoje, vis dar
but
galės tai
everybody
daryti,
else who needs
bet visi
live
kiti, kuriems
translation in
reikės
English will be also able to
tiesioginės
listen
transliacijos
that
anglų kalba,
those
galės
discussions in
klausyti
English,
diskusijos
since we have
anglų
a
kalba,
live synchronous
nes turime sinchroninį
translation in English as well.
vertimą į anglų kalbą.
So, also a brief information before our event starts is
Trumpa
that,
informacija prieš
due
pradedant
to
mūsų
personal
renginį.
reasons, one of our
Dėl
speakers in
asmeninių
the second
priežasčių vienas
panel
iš
will
mūsų
be absent, but of course,
antrosios
having in
sesijos
mind that
dalies
right now situation is
pranešėjų
quite
negalės
difficult,
dalyvauti,
so
bet
we
žinom,
have to
kad dabar
adapt.
šiek tiek
So,
sudėtinga
but
situacija,
I think
turime
nevertheless
prisitaikyti.
our discussions
Šiaip
will
ar
be
taip,
as useful and efficient as we
diskusija
planned in the
bus
first place.
nemažiau veiksminga nei
So
planavom iš
I will
pradžių.
say no more, and please,
Taigi daugiau
Carlo,
nekalbėsiu.
open our event
Taigi,
officially,
Karlo, prašau,
and
pradėkite
floor
mūsų
is
renginį
yours.
oficialiai, žodis jums. Ačiū, Andriau. Tikiuosi, aiškiai mane girdit, nors su tom skaitmeniniam platformom niekad nežinai, vis dar nesu iki galo prie jų pripratęs. Dar kartą ačiū už galimybę bendradarbiauti su Rytų Europos studijų centru ir prisidėti prie Vilniaus jaunų lyderių susitikimo. Manau, kad daug bus kalbama apie jūsų kaimynę Baltarusiją, tačiau apskritai labai laiku rengiamas susitikimas, nes lapkričio 2 minėjome dieną prieš nebaudžiamumą dėl nusikaltimų prieš žurnalistus. Atkreipiamas dėmesys, kad labai dažnai su žurnalistais susidorojama, jie persekiojami, bet labai retai, kada dėl to būna nubaudžiami kaltieji. Žvelgiant šiais laikais ne tik į Baltarusiją, manau, kad iššūkiai žurnalistams žiniasklaidai yra didžiuliai. Taip pat ir šalyse, kurias laikom demokratinėm. Ir tai yra mūsų pirmosios sesijos dalis. Švedija tvirtai įsitikinus, kad demokratinė visuomenė priklauso nuo pagarbos nuomonių įvairoviai, jų raiškos laisvei. Nuomonių raiškos laisvė labai svarbi, siekiant žmonėms aktyviai dalyvauti politiniuose procesuose ir dalyvauti sprendžiant socialinius klausimus. Žodžio laisvė apima ir nuomonės laisvę, ir laisvę siekti, gauti ir skleisti informaciją bei visokeriopas idėjas. Žodžio laisvė apima įvairiausias sritis tokias kaip žurnalistika, žiniasklaida, internetas, reklama, politika, religija, kultūra, švietimas. Ir tai apima ir teisę gauti informaciją. Žodžio laisvė yra beveik neribota mūsų šalyse, su tam tikrom išimtimis, daugiausia kalbant apie grėsmes individams ar jų grupėms. Tačiau ko trūksta? Nustatant apribojimus žodžio laisvei. Ir šiuo požiūriu yra tam tikrų skirtumų tarp Lietuvos ir Švedijos. Ar melas ir propaganda, dezinformacija, melagienos, ar kaip bevadintume šiuos reiškinius, su naujom technologijom, informacijos ir teisingos ir klaidingos sklaida yra daug spartesnė nei anksčiau. Tai suteikia galimybę žurnalistams galimybę veiksmingiau skleisti savo žinias ir šiek tiek lengviau gauti faktų, tačiau tai suteikia galimybę ir oponentams, galimybę lengviau atsekti, ką veikia žurnalistai. Ir tai sukelia tam tikrų grėsmių žurnalistams. Kas būtų patikėjęs? Aš turėjau šį klausimą iškelt, nes turiu stiprių jausmų šio klausimu. Kas būtų galėjęs prieš keletą metų pagalvojęs, kad stambios demokratinės vakarų valstybės vadovas būtų pavadinęs centrinius žiniasklaidos kanalus ir profesionalius žurnalistus liaudies priešais. Panašus klausimus 20 tūkstančių klaidinančių pareiškimų buvo padaryta per jo valdymo metus. Kai kalbama apie alternatyvius faktus, kaltinama melagienomis dėl įvairiausių naujienų agentūrų. Jeigu jos jam nepatinka, jis taip pat sugebėjo diskredituoti JAV žiniasklaidą, bet ir žiniasklaidą visame pasaulyje. Ir tai yra meškos paslauga bet kokio žurnalisto paslaugoms, nepriklausomai kur beveiktų. Ir tai gali sukelt grėsmę tokio žurnalisto gyvybei, siekiant pranešti apie svarbius įvykius. Ir manau, Washington Post paskelbtas lozungas "Demokratija miršta tamsoje" yra labai tikslus. Galutiniam naujienų vartotojui visada yra klausimas, ar galima pasitikėti šiais pranešimais, iš kur galiu žinoti, kad šios žinios yra vertos pasitikėjimo. Ypač žinant, kad vis daugiau žmonių gauna žinias iš interneto, socialinių tinklų, dažnai vartoja vis iš to paties šaltinio informaciją. Tai lyg patvirtina jų įsitikinimus, bet jie negauna platesnio vaizdo. Man pasisekė turėti informaciją iš įvairiausių žiniasklaidos šaltinių ir aš vis dar žiūriu žinias iš įvairių šaltinių. Tačiau aš turbūt esu išmirštanti veislė. Tokių žmonių nedaug. Ir aš neturiu konkrečių sprendimų šiai problemai ir kitiems iššūkiams, su kuriais susiduria žurnalistai ir žurnalistika šiom dienom. Bet man bus labai įdomu paklausyti šių dienų diskusijos ir daugiau sužinot, kaip galima spręsti šias problemas. Ačiū Jums. Labai ačiū Karlo už puikią kalbą ir manau galim oficialiai dabar paskelbti, kad mūsų renginys pradėtas. Šiek tiek techninės informacijos apie mūsų renginį. Jūs galite skelbti komentarus mūsų Facebooko kanale. Taip pat galite kreiptis į kalbėtojus, kurie šiuo metu dalyvauja sesijoje. Galite laisvai tai daryti. Moderatorius matys jūsų klausimus ir berods liko porą minučių iki pusės 11. Tai dabar priklauso nuo mūsų kalbėtojų. Jeigu manot, kad galim jau ir dabar pradėti, tai galim jau ir pradėti. Ir sėkmės jums. Manau, rytoj aš taip pat prisijungsiu moderatoriaus statusu. Taip kad dabar, Vladai, žodis jums.
Sorry, Vladas, your sound is not working.
Vladai, įsijunkit garsą.
Sėkmės.
Ačiū.
Thank you. So let's start our panel on the importance of journalism in democratic and non-democratic states. Our speakers are the public communication department from Vytautas Magnus University, Auksė Balčytienė. Good morning. Journalist of Lietuvos Rytas, Vytautas Bruveris. Good morning. Just in advance, would like to ask Vytautas to unmute. Yes, it works. Thanks. And from Vilnius University, we have the Professor of Communication Faculty, Andrius Vaišnys. Good morning. When you speak, we'll also ask you to unmute. Yes, it works. Good morning. So let's start. And as we agreed on the timing, 10 minutes per speaker for introductory speech or for input, and then we move on to the discussion, and our audience will be able to give questions, and I will see on chat who is asking, and then we'll have a chance to discuss, having discussed these key ideas. So now I would like to ask the Professor Auksė Balčytienė to start the panel.
Labas rytas, mėly kolegos.
Good morning, dear colleagues. Good morning, dear audience. I'm really happy to participate in this forum. Never have I before participated in events of Eastern Europe Study Center. But as I see that this center really offers very good overview of issues relevant not only for Eastern Europe, not only for neighboring states, states that can be labeled as young democracies or countries in transition towards democracy. And also, this center offers issues relevant for many other countries, including experienced democracies, both those in Eastern Central Europe, EU member states, including Lithuania, and as we see, the topics for the roundtable discussions of this event are really important, since they encourage us to have a look at perturbances and transformations that our societies are going through today. And we really are going through lots of transformations. And these multiple transformations and changes quite frequently are related or identified with the globalization processes, with growing uncertainty related to climate change and political processes, with all those changes and restructuring power centers in the global world, and the growing intensity of communication, generation of information and knowledge. Now, quite obviously, we're experiencing the pandemic period, and we live in this pandemic epoch, which tends to put us on hold and to make us slow down and have a look where we are and how all democratic institutions operate. We used to see them as certain and take them for granted. However, now they are under pressure, and to react to this topic of our today's conversation, the importance of journalism in authoritarian and democratic states, with all the challenges, new possibilities, and maybe some areas for journalism in the future, and media as a democratic institution, both in consolidated democracies and young democracies, or states that would like to take a democratic path. I would like to start my story by having a look several decades ago, in early 90s, when the Cold War finished, with this very simple and easy split between East and West, when it became over and it looked like everything is clear and we would have some world without alternatives in a good way. Democracy was a clear path and clear way. Democratic media. seemed to be the only alternative, the only ambition and desire that we had. And looking these 3 decades back, from 1990, in terms of professionalization of Lithuanian media, we can definitely claim that very strong and obvious transformations took place, and we have very good examples. At the same time, however, this pandemic epoch and this period of multiple transformations encourages us to see very clearly that it's not that clear, that it's not that perfect and easy as it seemed in early 90s with this very clear area towards modern democracy. Nowadays, we see that this horizon is quite vague and hazy, and the journalism and media as key institutions consolidating the freedom of expression is a bit uncertain and not on very solid foundations. And there are certain reasons and certain features behind this phenomenon, certain factors that are difficult to address from outside, such as globalization, and also the consequences and implications of intensive growth of pace of information generation and this content generation, as the ambassador has mentioned in his speech. We are going through this transformation when we don't know what truth is and whom we can trust. Trust being crucial element of democratic societies is being marginalized. The trust on the backdrop of these manipulations and manipulative mechanisms is pushed beyond our society's self-organization elements. So these are the key blows, the key shocks that our societies are going through now. Societies have lost partially have lost their fundamentals compared to the second half of 20th century and even the beginning of 21st century, when we still had this feeling of financial models of media operations were more or less clear and well established, while now these business models are very fragile. They're completely unclear, with huge impact upon this sphere made by the way how each participant of information realm is affected by global platforms, by global managers of communication such as Facebook, Amazon, Microsoft, Apple. So these are the big information managers or governors that in principle don't have any typical points of departure that are characteristic of classical media. We don't even have clear understanding of what these strong platforms are, or constructors of content flows and the responsibility that they should bear.
Ar tai yra dar kažkokio konceptualaus pavadinimo informacinio turinio transliuotojai?
Are they also communicators of some other communication flows and managers of these communication ideas? since they do regulate communication flows and they operate as a system of communication flow. So, as we live under these conditions of multiple transformations and transitions, we probably have to revisit our understanding of business models, given the fact that media business model, to repeat myself, has been strongly affected and under shock, shaped. And all media are in search of these new models. And also this big new power coming from global communication, information, content generation, and content management platforms, along with very big new possibilities for new actors to step in the process of public communication. These processes also shows obviously that it shakes our trust and certainty, because we can be trapped in manipulations and information attacks. These are not random or coincidental attacks. They can be constructed by certain strategies to make impact on certain processes in our societies. Among these factors, we can name many of them permanently. Making media and journalists one of the primary targets of such attacks. Resisting these processes is very difficult for journalism and media. It's very difficult, very challenging because of economic possibilities and also because of the strategic nature of these information attacks, fake news and lies. There are flows of them strategically being addressed in order to manipulate journalism, to introduce mistrust, fears, and manipulations. In this way, we all say that we need a resilient society. Resilient democratic society is only possible with resilient media, with resilient journalism. So what is resilient media or resilient journalism? We can try to answer this question by identifying areas in which we should reinforce our resilience in this epoch of multiple transformations, multiple digitalization, economic uncertainty, and the big processes of globalization and restructuring power centers in the world. Only if we answer these questions, only then can we speak about resilient society and resilient democracy, since, as we know, democracy is the only political system based on the aspect of human rights that are fundamental for happiness, happy life, and successful self-fulfillment. This is it so far, so maybe I didn't take too much time at this stage. Thank you, Professor.
Now, about the challenges to media both in democratic and authoritarian states. And this topic will be covered by the journalist Vytautas Bruveris. Hello, I hope you can hear me well. Yes, I'm sorry, we can have some other sounds in the background. I may not be all by myself on air, sorry for that if it happens. Well, challenges. Auksė Balčytienė, who spoke before me, has described them quite well, both in democratic and authoritarian states. And how these challenges are and how these challenges are described by the Media Institute and the public in general, we have several vivid examples. For example, Vladimir Putin having come into power during the last decade of the last century, when the process of re-dictatorialization, of re-dictatorship of Russia started, when the whole process of it started. And it all started with the fact that the first war Mr. Putin had was against the media. And his first attacks were against the media. Because irrespective of the environment at that time, the media used to ensure the democratic segment in the Russian society. And Mr. Putin's first act was to attack and demolish the most democratic and independent TV channel NTV, of course, with all taking into account the whole environment. And in terms of any politician having any authoritarian inclinations, media is enemy number one. And in our democratic states, both in the old Western and new Western democratic states, and also in the states with the inclination towards authoritarianism and dictatorship, we can see the same feature, that a person having even the best masked inclinations towards authoritarianism, that person usually, or leader usually, chooses the target number one, namely media, democratic media. And the same scheme works. The elite, the system against the society, and people who are represented by any populist or a real dictator, one-off dictator. And each populist uses, and each dictator or the aspirant towards dictatorship and or wisher to become a dictatorship always plays the same hand. They split the society and rule, and they attack the media. And the media then is shown as the source of various evil. And this scheme, this matrix, is applicable everywhere. Every dictators and the true dictatorships use it. And we can see similar examples in our neighborhood. And their followers are also using the same scheme, the same matrix. And we can see certain features of the scheme used in our new democracies and the old Western democracies. So that's the key challenge, the most obvious challenge, the depth and the width or coverage of the problem is that all the ones who manipulate or play the system, all the politicians or public figures, dictators, populists, they just take the things that exist in the society, namely they use the trends existing in the society, developing in the society and which gain momentum. And taking each society separately and taking the conglomerates of societies in general, these trends are maybe called radicalization of the thinking. Basically, it's radicalization, and people do not trust anything or anybody anymore. They believe and trust in very primitive stumps and cliches and populistic leaders that present themselves as the true representatives of the population and enemies of the elite and any system. And people stop trusting anything, including media, and even the public space as such in the traditional sense. And thinking now about this development or this phenomenon that we see everywhere, both in the authoritarian states and democratic states. We see these trends that are very similar. They are not identical, of course. Thinking about them, I can see the election in the US today, right? Where fundamental things are being addressed. But irrespective of which figure wins the election, the trend remains the same, which, namely that the country, which is the key democratic state in the world, has a split society, and we can see the discourse more and more aggressive and radical on both sides. And I believe this trend will become even more vivid. So the trend is there, and everybody plays it and uses it. And oftentimes, even the media uses the same trend, namely the increasing primitiveness of the society and its radicalization or radicalization of the forms of expression. I don't know where the reason lies. I have the suspicion that all those global platforms and social media have contributed to this, as well as the public slash private space that has expanded and rooted in a lot. I believe that the globalization of the public space and social media has contributed to the drop down in the quality of the public discourse, and also basically the full diminishing of the concept of authority or authoritative figures and statements. But I believe it's the matter of the so-called technologies. But I would say that we shouldn't fully blame the social media, because in certain cases, and oftentimes I should say, social media is very important, very significant. For example, do you remember the Arab cluster, right? When people go against democracies, and we can remember the Ukrainian Maidan. The Ukrainian Maidan started in Facebook, if we remember it. So we have both positive and negative aspects of social media, but the key thing I focus on are the trends prevailing in the society. The media, the ones that consider themselves the classical media or aspire to be the ones to meet those concepts of the classical media. But again, we don't have some hybrid democracy or other things that are a little different compared to the fundamental one. as we don't, just like we don't have the hybrid truth. So in this case, we either do have democracy or we don't have democracy. If we may have media, free media, or not having media, and the media is determined by the critical thinking and multiplane thinking, and also a good analysis by placing certain things into their relevant spots, and at the same time maintaining the media idea of what is the real truth in that situation. So media operates the critical thinking per se and actually educates the users in critical thinking. So I believe that there is and will be media demand in any society. So the ones who still consider themselves the media or want to represent the media, they have to defend themselves, defend the media, irrespective of the forms. For example, the traditional printed press, even if it fully dies out, which may happen in certain countries, for example, in Lithuania. And in this case, I would say social media becomes a perfectly good channel for media in general. So there are different social expression forums, but it's not the point. The point is to what extent we, as journalists, wishing to remain journalists, will be trusted and have confidence of the society. In order to do that, we have to just do our work, what we're supposed to do, namely show all the aspects of the situation. For example, show that the other party or the opposing party have their own good arguments, and we need to present them properly and either show that they are wrong, or if not wrong, accept that that's what they are. But again, we are living in these interesting times, and I have to actually remind of these truths that need no proof. So I believe that in this situation, when the media sees these challenges are being attacked, I can see one positive trend, namely that media overstepped the borders, national borders, and media networking is very important and very much disliked by various dictators and populists in the world. So I'm not very apocalyptic in general. I can see that this field of challenges, or the chart of challenges, will just increase. But in the society, we will always see the need for true information, for authentic and journalist work. And I hope that we'll see a breakthrough point in time when this need will start increasing only. But I believe we will see multiple crises before that point in time comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Vytautas. Now I'm inviting Andrius Vaišnys from Vilnius University. Professor Vaišnys, welcome, the floor is yours. Share your thoughts. Okay, thank you. I will try to share my thoughts. So, of course, it's very difficult when you don't see the audience, so we don't get the feeling of what the audience thinks about my monologue. Both Auksė and the colleague Bruveris mentioned these complicated contexts with two different perspectives, probably both pessimistic and optimistic. What is obvious is that the current pandemic offers quite many powers to the government in terms of limiting the public space, something we have been observing both in Lithuania and elsewhere. This is a challenge. It isn't very new, though. We know that the governments tend to behave this way, trying to restrict the public space. Not only the actions, but the information, first of all. For example, governments provide possibilities to journalists to have certain intermediaries between government and the media, and there are certain indications that were observable these years, with intermediaries collecting information and presumably trying to share these news during press conferences. I have heard a couple of years ago a phrase which stuck in my mind. This was the phrase about journalism. We don't read it, we buy it. It was not said by just someone, it was said in a firm of budget 70 to 80 million euros, which means that you can pay to media since we live in a project-based societies. And in such companies, such companies can expect to buy media to prevent any negative coverage. And this indicates a certain crisis of media. To avoid critical information or to create new, comfortable conditions. The same applies to political communication. We see indications that in many countries, governments can afford ignoring criticism, even investigative journalism. There is a joke that Watergate scandal would not be that scandalous today as it was one day. And this is actually a new reality, and the crisis shows it. As was said by speakers, the society lives in certain bubbles. And these bubbles include different groups. And when a young audience is asked about information source, of course, primarily this information comes from social media. However, in these social media, they have their own sub-network. And not always is this information valuable and well verified. And I think that this crisis is indicated not by information technology per se, which have changed the nature of media about 20 years ago, its status, but this is also about the interaction with money, with the public budget. Well, we may be angry about it, but to survive, media have to participate in publicity calls for proposals. So actually, these visibility projects are legalized bribery of media. This is a way for media to offer a bid to tends for proposal and cover certain phenomenon in a certain way. And we know how in a democratic country these processes unfold. If this is information about ministries, ministers, or other public agencies, they agree with media on attractive coverage, on certain interviews to be done, and it has been our reality for quite a while already. And this is established by legislator. This is the framework offered by our legislator. Well, I have started by mentioning the narrowing space for media, but not only because of pandemic. There are conditions that offer possibilities to restrict this public space and to limit certain rights that we all are used to, not only by amendments of laws, but also by certain methods and ways of information provision. So I will come back to this question, mentioning that the narrowing public space was mentioned several decades ago in Western Europe, and what Aukse said, that 30 years ago we were very happy in terms of living through this national revival period, this renaissance of independent media, and we had trust and we believed that now we are opting forever for freedom of expression. Now we have won it. But it was not exactly the case, as you know. You know, some oligarchs that were also generated by our media, including entertainment media, that this is the term that you know, coming from the late 20th century. This is about the way the information is delivered, focusing on entertainment, even big issues being revealed as if this were a game, and this is to target big audiences. And then certain heroes and prophets emerge in big societies with big audiences believing them. So this is the point about narrowing public space. Bourdieu, French sociologist, has referred to it. If there are students participating in audience, they could read what Bourdieu said about television. In the end of 20th century, he said it in the French TV studio to French journalists. He said to them that you restrict, you filter out some information, you frame it, and you select based not on objective criteria, but by completely different criteria. It was very good that he was live saying this, and he discussed it with journalists who tried to explain him that he doesn't understand how television works. So sometimes we also hear it from journalists. In Lithuania and in other states, when journalists just claim, well, you just don't know how this model works, you don't know how media work. Monitoring journalism, not only tracing back several decades, but several centuries back, starting at least from 19th century, when classical media system emerged the way we know it, regardless of changing information technologies. So the classical media have always been facing challenges. However, the paradox is that when some technologies change, political powers, political governments always try to use it. Not always are media on the front line, and not always the media actually achieve independence. If a media outlet announces that this is a cultural sponsor, cultural supporter of certain institutions, you can't hope, you can't expect that this media outlet will independently and impartially cover shows of this theater, because they present themselves as cultural sponsors of this theater. So no matter what this theater does, well, and this is also a part of cultural policy. And as we speak out about international or global change in the media institution, we can identify certain reasons and circumstances when certain political phenomena are ignored or overlooked in this world. Vytautas mentioned the beginning of Putin epoch, which was also described in Lietuvos rytas, this war on Russian media. This was a brutal and obvious and very quick war. the world kind of ignored it. And we have an interesting piece of investigative journalism, Jens Hogsard, Danish journalist, about Nord Stream 2, Nord Stream actors, about KGB and Stasi agents doing business and exerting influence on European politics and economies. And this is a very interesting adventure book with Putin and other actors participating, showing their informal meetings in Western Europe. We kind of know the key characters, and the question is there some impact of this investigative journalism? If there is no impact, we can switch from optimism to pessimism. Yes, these are very good pieces of journalism. Günter Waldorf, which is a classical journalist, who is the only one published in Lithuania. And Homsgaard would also be a good idea to publish in Lithuanian. He would be an example of good journalism to learn from. Despite Raul Ruff's fight on corruption, we still have corruption. On the other hand, if we take an optimistic look, these pieces of journalism, if someone publishes exploitation of a person in a democratic country, such as Germany, for example, if someone is exploited or humiliated, so this is a crime or offense. This would have provoked strong reactions, drastic reactions, with laws being amended. This was in 20th century, and in parallel, we had this discussion that the public space is becoming more narrow. Why is it becoming more narrow? Why is the product of journalism pushed aside and marginalized it? And we now have this result in Lithuania. I think we have this situation today when the government can react arrogantly, maybe because of pandemic or some other reasons, or just ignore certain questions or answer not in a way we would expect it in a normal society. This is an indication of a crisis. It doesn't mean that we can't address this problem, but it is there. So, well, this was quite a long monologue that I wanted to avoid, but I think that discussion is possible, so I suggest that I stop at this point and maybe we continue somewhat later. Thank you. And now I'd like to encourage our audience to come up with questions, send us some questions. We will see them here and I will present them to our discussion participants. So I'm inviting you to give your questions. And my question to the speakers, maybe you would like to react to points made by other speakers. So Vytautas, you would like to say something? Well, maybe not to follow up on some points, well, not to react, but to follow up on certain points by my colleagues. The point of Professor Vaishnys, and I find this point quite important, that I would like to emphasize, demands or requirements to media and hopes attached to them by the public, with the public trying to define and imagining the role of media in the society. A big component of the shrinking trust in media, observable everywhere, all over, if we speak in the language of Facebook, is based on certain disappointment of people. They had some hopes upon the media, that this would be the way they wanted it to be. But this is not what we want it to be, so we don't trust it. Well, They are right in a certain regard, but in this argument, I can see a certain slippery aspect, tricky point in it. Watergate has already been mentioned. That media should be the warriors of light, omnipotent light warriors that just fight injustice, and they raise their swords and they kill the cockroach. And journalists and media, as people and as institutions, they are not coming from the moon. This is one of the islands in our world that we call the society or the state. This is a crucial island, however, crucial not only because of their impact and their size, but the very fact of their existence. This is why this is the goal of each authoritarian government, to destroy it, so that it ceases to exist, because the mere existence of this island is a threat, existential threat to the government. And this is what makes it so important. So all those patterns of media corruption and oligarchization, commercialization, well, obviously these are well, the pop trend toward pop media. Well, there are many reasons behind it. As someone representing the world of media, I accept these accusations, but there is a small remark. You should not imagine, you should not have exaggerated expectations of a society, not to mystificate these expectations. Because the media is the part of our world, so we shouldn't over-mystify it. Okay, Professor Balčytienė would like to react. Yes, I will follow up on this idea of Vytautas, and then I will also echo some points from Andrius. I really liked this point of Vytautas, that the media is a part of our tradition of public, of building relations amongst ourselves in the society, and observing these decades of developments in Lithuanian media, you have referred to this concept of oligarchization. So these trends of oligarchization and politicization is because in Lithuania, press did not become fully autonomous from the business and politics world. In certain views, it became free, but the overall image, in general, these ties stay quite strong. And there are certain mechanisms of operations of media. It depends on who holds a hand on the business of media, either politicians or some business tycoons. And in the Western democracies, this is also a challenge. However, 90s was a crucial point for us when we had so much optimism, trust, and hope entering this transition that the Western world had already entered. And during this transition or transformation in Western, the journalism had built their muscles during the Cold War and the peace decades of 20th century. It enabled the journalism to build their muscles, and the media had turned into strong public institution enjoying trust
yra ta pagarba.
and with
Apie
hopes
pagarbą
and
kalbėjo
respect
Švedijos
attached to it.
ambasadorius,
Respect was
kaip
mentioned by the Swedish
esminį
ambassador
santykį, kurį
as an
visuomenė
essential
skiria savo
relationship
institutams,
between the
žiniasklaidai,
public and its institutions,
švietimui,
such as
kultūrai,
media, education,
politikai,
culture,
religijai.
politics,
Žodžiu, įvairiems
religion, and
institutams, kurie
other
veikia demokratinėje
institutions in a
valstybėje.
democratic
Ir
state.
šitas santykis, šitas pagarbos tirpimas, jis
And
buvo prasidėjęs ir vakaruose 20-ojo
melting
amžiaus
of this
jau
respect
antrojoje
had
pusėje,
already started in the
artėjant,
second half of 20th
21-ajam
century,
amžiui,
in the wake of
į
21st
verslus, į
century,
apskritai veikla įsijungia neoliberalistinė
when
ideologija,
neoliberal
paremtas
ideology
mąstymas, kada greito efekto
joined
siekimas
this media
tampa,
world with
pagrindiniu
the
motyvuojančiu
goal of
veiksniu.
getting
Ir truputį yra paminamos,
quick profit or
nustumiamos
quick
tokios,
effect
bendrosios bendrojo viešojo
with
gėrio idėjos.
general
Jos
ideas
neišnyksta,
of common
nes
good
vėlgi visuomenėse
being
lieka
somewhat
tam tikri
suppressed.
institutai,
They
kurie
don't
yra tarsi
disappear though,
sargai.
since there are certain
Pavyzdžiui,
institutions in the world, such as the
visuomeninis
public
transliuotojas tai yra tarsi tas
broadcaster,
sargas, kuris,
which is
savo
supposed
misiją, idėją, priima viziją
to be
telkti
a
ir
guard of this mission,
suvesti visą visuomenę į kažkokią
with a
vieną
mission
areną ir
to
tarsi
hold
vieną
the
viešąją
society
erdvę.
together
Bet ir šie
in one single
institutai,
public space.
na,
However,
susvyravo.
these
Tai
institutions
čia mes
have
21-ajame amžiuje galime
also
sakyti, kad visuomeniniai
shaken
transliuotojai arba visuomeninės medijos, kaip jau dabar
since
įprasta sakyti, nes tai nėra vien
shaken
tik
up,
tai televiziniai
since
kanalai.
not
Ir
only public
vakaruose
broadcasters are televisions
na,
and
jų veiklos modeliai
and
yra
other media,
persvarstomi, na,
their
ieškoma
models of
kažkokio būdo,
operations are
kad
being
jie galėtų
reconsidered
finansiškai išlaikyti ir išlaikyti tą
with some
nepriklausomumą ir
ideas
tą
for them to
kažkokią
have some
šventą misiją,
financial
idėją
independence. And
telkti
this idea of
visuomenę,
holy
o ne
mission
skaldyti
of
ją.
holding the
Ir
society
šioje
together rather
vietoje
than
aš
dividing it.
irgi man
And
klausant
in this place,
Vytauto
as I
po
was
pirmojo
listening to
pasisakymo,
Vytautas,
įdomi pasirodė ta mintis,
after
kad na,
this
visuomenių
first point
radikalizėjimas,
that he
jisai
made,
stiprės, jisai
this was an
gilės.
interesting
Ir
insight
čia šioje
that
vietoje aš vis tik tai
this
drįsčiau
radicalization and split in
pasakyti,
the
kad
society will be
labai
growing
daug
bigger. But
čia
in this
lemia
point,
ir
I would
tos
like to say
technologijos, ir
that
tos medijų
technologies,
technologijos, kurios
media
yra
technologies,
naudojamos
also
komunikacijai,
have an important say in this.
informacijai skleistis ir, na,
The
gaminti
technologies used
turinį,
for
sakykime
producing
taip,
content
kurios
and
dalyvauja
knowledge, the
žinojimo
technologies
arba
that
manipuliacijų
contribute
gamyboje. Ir
to the
šitos
generation of knowledge
technologijos,
or
platformos,
manipulations.
tos
And
didžiosios,
these
ką aš
big
paminėjau,
technologies or the big
Google,
platforms such as
Amazon,
Google, Amazon,
Facebook,
Facebook,
Apple, Microsoft, jos
Apple,
vadina
Microsoft,
GAFAM. Visos
GAFAM,
šios technologijos turi specifinę logiką, ir kurios mes nelabai net ir žinome.
GFAM, we all, they have their own logics built on algorithms that not all of us know. They are based on quite intensive capitalistic exploitation, and the laws of their operation lead towards divisions in the society. The information circulating in such platforms is based upon the logics of these media, and the logic of them can be described in a following way. In classical media, we still have an idea of journalists whom we as audience, as readers or viewers, to whom we entrust the process of selecting information. We entrust to them, we trust them. As Vytautas said, the journalism per se has this ambition of analytical view, and this is how media operate. They have developed this system, and this is a clear professional system of information selection typical for this profession. While all these platforms, information just circulates around, and we as consumers are free to choose. And as Andrew said, especially the young people, we can say, what is the source of news for them? YouTube or some other social media. These are the channels that are in people's daily life. I don't want to blame someone or condemn someone, but this is our new reality in which all these social media are so integrated into our day-to-day life, in our public, private, political, and civil life, that they dictate their own logic, they impose their logic on us, and we become active contributors of these processes, willingly or unwillingly. We generate content, we send it, we share it, and doing this, we work very actively to maintain the circulation of information. And this task of information choice is what we kind of do ourselves. We choose it, we join some bubbles, or accidentally we end up in some other bubbles, but we allegedly have freedom to do it. But probably we don't have responsibility in this process. We don't have essential values and morals that professional journalists use in their work. And this is this big transformation that I see, which just shakes up this strong foundation of classical journalism. Because if audiences travel somewhere else to some new field, new realms, and they start ignoring classical journalism, this institution has to do something about it. They have to be appealing to audiences. They try to be appealing. They also go to social media. They create their profiles there. Not always their content circulated on social media is the most valuable in terms of traditional journalism. Quite frequently, this is some kind of light content, hoping to appeal to audience and to offer them some more valuable content. So this is a kind of teaser for audiences. So classical, traditional media are attacked on daily basis by social media with their own logic, with their own modus operandi. And journalism doesn't feel good about it because sometimes some information flows quicker, some impressions spread around, which is great, and we also need it. But it provokes journalists to act differently, to make faster decisions, and not always such decisions to publish something here and now actually fits the standards of classical journalism. This is when we have mistakes, this is when we go pops, and our public space becomes kind of arena with a diversity of everything. However, finding good content, empowering content for us to become stronger, we have to be very well prepared as consumers. We can't just go in and easily select what we need, because we can be easily blown out of our way, and we end up in some unsafe space. And we can face manipulations and fake news on our way, and we just start serving them. So this is it. Thank you.
Thank you. We predominantly discuss trust or confidence in the media and the crisis of the trust. And our speakers have named several reasons why this trust is going down, both in authoritarian and democratic states. For example, Andrew says that the media can become or is becoming a thing to buy through various publicity competitions. And here we are talking about the crisis in the trust in media. And here we are talking about media as the target of influence. The same was mentioned by Vytautas Bruveris, saying that certain populists are demonizing media. And Vytautas also mentioned the influence of social media and the mentality determined by it and the lack of trust in media by this mentality. Again, the lack of trust was mentioned by Ox, and the role of media in this process, and Vytautas mentioned oligarchization and various influences of the society on the media and vice versa. I'd like to ask you whether we should focus more not on media as the target of various influences, but as on the media as the influencing entity. Because media has its own influence and it can be free from, let's say, private influences. For example, we have government-funded media, and if their budgets are higher compared to any privately funded media, then they don't care about any influencing factors. They can do anything. They can actually play the political games. And the political games are discussed by Professor Lauras Bielinis in his newest book, in his recent book, where he says that recently media increasingly becomes a player in political games and the subject of influence. Wouldn't you see even a higher problem that the media loses trust because it becomes a player in these games and the influence subject compared to the other types of loss or reasons of loss of trust? Yes, Vytautas. Yes, thank you so much for this question, Vladas. This is one of the things I like to discuss, namely about the authority, the identity, and self-understanding of the media. I can see this is quite a major problem, which is growing recently. And predominantly because the media loses its journalistic identity, that feeling of the barricades. Well, anyway, media, the journalist, and the journalists always divide the world into us and them. We are the people, and then the government, politicians, influence groups. They should have this necessary mentality of the barricades. And the other side, namely the politicians, should clearly know and understand that the media, the journalists, have this dividing line. And if anything happens, the front line will be very clear. To my opinion, this problem is quite major. I wouldn't say whether it's expanding or not, but it's there. Many journalists seem to have lost this identity, and therefore they get engaged into various political games in the political field. They cross that line and they start motivating their actions by the fact that they represent the government, the state, the general good, etc. If you ask whether we should focus on this problem, yes, I would say yes, we do have this problem, we need it. And to react to Auks's previous statement about the influence of social media and global companies, global platforms, sorry, my impression is that those global platforms and social media are one of the reasons why the public discourse and its quality and the authority concept of it have degraded so much. And I would say that the tribalization of the public discourse, public expression has actually taken place. We have lost, so to say, the authority, the shaman's authority, and who the ruler is. We want to see in our bubble only what we like, and those who feed us certain information, who manipulate us, they use this opportunity. And I can see this even in Lithuania, and that's the problem or trouble of the classical journalism. But this moment is really important to me. I believe and have hopes that, as Martin Heidegger, who quoted Hölderlin, said that where danger is, things grow that save from it. All these social media outlets, social platforms, they exist, obviously. And it will be the source of the transformation and renovation of the media. Have a look at the extent of, or how much journalism, the true classical journalism, exists in YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. So the classical media and its synergy with the social media is a good thing. I mean, this synergy. And through this synergy, lots of good journalism will enter and is entering those the social media platforms, which is good. Because the island of the critical thinking, the true thinking, remains. It remains where the danger is, and at the source of the danger from the historical viewpoint. And this gives hopes for the future. And in our society and in other Western societies, we see that they need to get back to that critical thinking of the media, to that island of it, if they want to survive. Thank you. Yes, Aukse, would you want a word? So, who, Vytautas or Aukse? Andrus? Yes, Andrus, the word is, the floor is yours. Thank you. I can see that our pessimistic and optimistic viewpoints towards the media and its nature are interlinked. Here we can talk about the philosophy of journalism or media and its origins. And if you start reading the posts of journalists and social media, for example, you can see that, yes, media is developing in social media. The government-funded media outlets have been mentioned. And whenever you read one of the representatives' posts who says that we only have Tomas Venclova in Lithuania as a highly intellectual person remaining in Lithuania. And when you are rethinking it, influenced by, let's say, the manager, and if this person really sees Lithuania or society as that, and we see that Lithuania is not enclosed fully, then we see that such a narrowing statement is the problem not only of the one who posted it, but the media problem. And therefore, when reading this, one can think whether it is the nature of this media outlet if they see the world in such a narrow way. In this century, we have the post-truth phenomenon, which started in 1992 when an article was published, when a certain phase has been finished, and it's not very important to us. We really have such growing people, very highly intellectual people in the society, in the audience. But if you don't see it, maybe it's your problem. However, this posting and showing oneself becomes more important than the content. And if it's the highlight, then we have quite little of this classical critical journalism. The most important thing may be how good I look, how well I was shown, how tough I was in shaking hands, how well I performed. We see that the experts are reiterated and reiterated, repeated and repeated. And content-wise, the preparation is not very good. And the media, the journalism should look for people, show them, dig them up and show them. And we see how the media institution is changing. And maybe it's the difference between this institution and other ones that Aukse has mentioned previously. Maybe that much on my behalf. Thank you. Aukse, the floor is yours. May I continue? I believe that one of the fundamental attributes or features of professionalism is self-reflection. So if we lose on this healthy process of self-assessment and we focus our effort on other things, we may end up in the situation that we may think we are always right and whatever we say is right. I wouldn't like to live in this reality, and I wouldn't really like for our media outlets and media industries and institutions be like that. It would be a great pity. And I would like for our society to grow those critical thinking islands, as Vytautas says that. But I believe that media cannot be the critical thinking island if other islands are underwater. So to go back to the beginning of this morning, to the idea of the Swedish ambassador that the culture, religion, politics, media reinforce the key things in the society. Namely, these are the key institutions, traditional institutions that carry their message and messages and news. They are traditional from the past. They are here today and will be there in the future. So I believe that media individually has its own work ethics, routines, work principles. And those routines have never been a constant thing. They change and adapt to new technological possibilities, new media types. And I believe and I expect that they will change for the better, that better things will be easier to access and they will become more vivid and more seen. In this case, in order to get back this joy of and belief and trust in media, we cannot do that without trust in education. In Lithuania, we have lost our trust in the institution of education. Again, this is another critical thinking island. I mean, the trends that take place in the education sector in general, including the higher education. I wouldn't go into details right now, but perhaps Andrus and I could see many similarities in our thinking in this area too. So even though media and the democracy is one of the fundamental institutions ensuring the smooth flow of information, people who are interested in media usually are well educated and they make efforts to go deeper into daily processes. So media, education, culture are the islands of critical thinking that should be worked on several aspects and flourish in several aspects. We couldn't just work on journalism and media that much. Thank you. What about Vytautas and Andrius? Would you like to follow up on this topic?
Well, one more question I would like to give to you. Well, many people today are focusing on US elections and upcoming results. The model of traditional media in the US, when naturally American media are politically biased, at least most of them, it's very evident recently. And the bigger the split in the society, the more obvious this bias is. What do you think about this American model? Does it contribute to more mature democracy, or is it an obstacle for it and it can operate as a destructive factor? Vytautas. When I discovered America for the first time, this one was one of the key impressions. I couldn't believe my own eyes and ears, what I hear and what I see on TV, in a hotel and elsewhere, and I saw this huge politicization and divisions. In recent several years, this is really partisan media, very divided. So when we speak about our media, and then I saw American media, I felt like it's not that bad in Lithuania. Well, this is one of the traditions in the Western world. In some states, media strive for objectivity and impartiality, while in other countries and in other areas, they are obviously politically affiliated and ideologically partisan, with the main world's democracy being a typical example of the latter. The fact that the US hopefully still is and will stay as the main democracy in the world, this division and politicization of media probably has contributed. And Vladimiras, your question, whether this is the key engine or a trigger of this split, definitely yes. When I watch the TV, on one hand, Fox News and CNN on the other hand, obviously, it has not so much in common with media. And this is just an engine of further split, engines moving in different directions, with media helping in this process. I don't know if we speak about the US, I don't know what is the way out of it. So far, as I have mentioned, in general, if we speak about the Western world, primarily thinking about the US, when this split in the society is likely to grow deeper, and probably we will need some critical shocks for renaissance or new public consensus or new public dialogue to address this situation. So far, I don't see some promising prospects out of it. And to finalize, as Balchitiene said, yes, I absolutely agree. When I use this metaphor of island, that media are not the only island, that it's not some panacea, some savior. We should not all pray to media. No. As I stress, usually the role of media and their impact should be seen objectively. They should not be overestimated. And definitely, other spheres such as culture and education are also of paramount importance. But today we are focusing on media, and we also need some synergy. And media can serve as a certain platform, as a certain way to bring these vessels together. Professor Vaishnys, well, I think the best recommendations that I have once heard in America, that just don't watch TV, just talk to people, go to theater, go to exhibitions. So this is just an irony. This partial information not only divides, but it also shows that information can be subject of manipulations in this business-based world. People have partisan stances, so it's good when you know these stances in advance, so we can also compare the situation in the US and also in Poland, when this mainstream media predicted victory to completely different forces, and they were very biased on political actors participating in elections. Here in Lithuania, journalists are friends with some politicians and they have similar viewpoints. However, completely different political actors won, despite of this huge and aggressive pressure. And similarly, situation keeps developing, and this is about different discussion and political struggle through the prism of political communication. It would be very great if, as we discussed today, we would never be exposed to this with such partisan positions. But we have such partisan positions in our media. There are definitely such phenomena and such manifestations in our media world, and we have discussed it in our discussion. If we think about some brighter perspective, brighter prospect, why not reminding ourselves and maybe defining the status of a journalist and his or her status in the media system? How safe our journalists are, their rights, their employment, and other things. This is something we tend to underestimate as we discuss our system. There are many different different systems in our system. Some of them can really be called journalists because they really do journalism, while other people, they might refer to themselves as journalists. They can label themselves as journalists, since anyone in Lithuania can call themselves journalists, regardless of their education. Marginal information generation is also labeled as journalism, as well as misleading information generation. The money that maintain this misleading trend, they get money from somewhere, they live on this money, and then we fight these situations coming from Russia or from somewhere else, because people meddle in the information world, and they also call themselves journalists. Well, luckily, they are still quite marginal, but it also has quite a big audience. So this is how I switched from the US topic to the situation in journalism in general as a system.
Ačiū. Aukse, gal tartumėt žodį?
Oksa, would you say a word?
Jungtinės Amerikos
Okay.
valstijos, žinoma, dabar šiuo metu pritraukia mūsų
USA
visų dėmesį.
is in
Šiaip žvelgdama iš
focus for all of us
žiniasklaidos
today,
pozicijų,
but
sakyčiau, mes
from
turime
the
kalbėti apie
journalism
žurnalistines
viewpoint,
kultūras,
we should speak about
apie
cultures of
skirtingo
journalism
tipo demokratijas ir
and
apie
different
demokratinių
types of
kultūras.
democracies
Ir
and
tame
cultures of
žemėlapyje
democracies.
demokratinių valstybių
And
mes
in this
matome
map of
įvairiausių
democracies, we can
atspindžių.
see
Šiaurės šalys,
different reflections
Vidurio Europa,
with
Vokietija,
Nordic,
didžiosios kitos vakarų Europos
Middle
šalys.
Europe
Vėlgi
and
jų
big Western
demokratinė
Europe
kultūra,
states,
taip pat ir žurnalistikos ir
their democratic
žiniasklaidos,
cultures
veikimo sistemos.
and the
Jeigu dar
system
galime šiais laikais
of
kalbėti
their
apie
journalism
sistemas,
operations,
daugiau
if we
kalbam
still can
apie
speak about
ekosistemas,
systems
nes jos
today.
yra,
Mostly we speak about
didelėse
ecosystems,
transformacijose.
since they undergo
Tai jos yra
major
labai
transformations,
skirtingos. Jungtinės
and they're
Amerikos
very
valstijos
different.
šitame žemėlapyje turi savitą,
On this map,
na,
the US has a very
polariškumą,
specific
bipolarinį,
polarized, bipolarized
susidūrimą skirtingų
antagonism
ideologiškai,
of
galbūt vertybiškai labiau derėtų sakyti,
two different
mąstymo sistemų.
systems of
Ir
thinking
ypatingai
and
sustiprėja
values,
šitas
and
radikalizmas,
this
na,
radicalism becomes particularly
raidos
outstanding
etapų
at
metu.
certain
Ir šioje
stages
vietoje
of
negaliu
development.
nepaminėti Vietnamo karo,
And I have to
20-ojo
mention
amžiaus
Vietnam
antrosios
War
pusės,
in the
kada
second half of
ypatingai
20th century, when
Jungtinėse Amerikos
when is
valstijose buvo
particularly
susiskaldžiusios
journalism
tuos
and
du
media were
polius,
divided in the
labai
US
stipriai radikaliai,
over
na,
these two
susipriešinusi.
camps,
Panaši
and they were in
būsena,
strong
ko gero,
confrontation to
dabar
each
yra
other. And
paskutiniaisiais
the
metais
state today
patiriama.
is also very similar
Ir kaip sakome,
in
istorija
recent
vystosi
years. And as we know, there are
cikliškai,
cycles
įveikiame
and
kažkokį
stages in
tradicinį
history.
ratą,
So when we go
kažką
around one
naujo
circle, there
įgyjame,
is some new
vertybiškai
experience
pastipriname kažkokius
and some
dalykus,
values
atrandame
are
naujai, kažką
reinforced
pastipriname, ką atsinešėme iš
and
seniau.
some new discoveries made, and then we move on.
Žurnalistika, žiniasklaida kaip sistema nėra konstanta.
So journalism
Viskas
and
keičiasi,
media as a
tikėtina,
system
kad ir
are not constant.
iš
Everything is
šito labai
changing,
tokio,
and
na,
hopefully
radikalaus susipriešinimo
from this radical
ir tos tendencijos,
hostilities
kurią taipogi matome
and
ne tik
these
Jungtinėse
trends
Amerikos
that we
valstijose, bet
observe not only in the US but
daugelyje
also
vakarų
we observe them in
demokratijų,
many
net
Western
tose
democracies
konsensuso
and even in
demokratijose, kurios
consensus-based
yra
democracies
šiaurės
such as
šalys, Švedija, Norvegija,
Nordic
ten mes irgi matome
countries,
labai,
Sweden and Norway, even there can we observe very important manifestations of radicalization, but still Nordic states have certain tools
ir didelį nuokrypį radikalėjimo linkme
that
kažkokiu būdu
manage
suvaldo,
to
sugrąžina.
manage these
Aš manau,
strong
kad ir
trends
šalies
towards
ambasadorius,
radicalization. And I
tą ir
think
turėjo mintyje,
this is what the
turbūt ir
Swedish
sakydamas, kad
ambassador
net ir
had in mind
dezinformacijos
when he said
pliūpsniai,
that
net ir tokios
even
labai radikalios
outbursts of
politinės
fake news
grupuotės,
and even
kurios,
radical
išeina į
political
gatves,
groups
bet kažkaip dar
that
į
go to the
politinį,
streets,
sistemos procesą nepatenka.
not yet
Nes
integrated
visuomenė yra
into
tokie
political
saugikliai,
systems,
pati
since there are
visuomenė
certain
budri,
safeguards in the society.
yra
The
žiniasklaida,
society is
žurnalistai,
vigilant,
budrūs, žodžiu,
the media and
saugikliai
journalists are
veikia,
vigilant, so the
suvaldo.
safeguards work
Ir tie
and they
procesai
handle
yra,
these
na, daugiau
processes.
kontroliuojami.
and they're more in check. While in younger democracies and in our Lithuanian democratic tradition, we can see that we absorb many safeguards from Western countries. So we adapt and they work, but sometimes we fail. So we are in the process of trying to catch up, while in some aspects, such as fake news fighting, we are on the front line actually, where we have the elves, and this is a responsible group of society to oppose certain threats. So though we have a lot of manipulations in our public space, so though we have some, even with our small efforts, we also take care of our public space. So my wish is for ourselves and for myself, even though I'm speaking about challenging stage and these multiple transformations when we are almost blind, we don't know what is ahead of us. And this is a discomfort. But still, I believe that these safeguards will work out, though they are modest, but they will help us out of it and will be stronger after this stage, difficult for journalism and for the society as a whole.
Taip, Andriau, prašau.
Andrews, welcome. Just a brief reaction. What I think about these safeguards, how I understand it in Lithuania and the neighboring states, I think our key safeguard, and this is we're very happy to be EU member state. This is a very big safeguard in itself, despite all the limitations of its mechanisms. Since if hypothetically we had not entered the EU in 2004, well, the situation could be very different, something that we see from previous several terms. And I think this is a key thing for us, accumulating some positive things and making us observe certain values despite all the weaknesses that we have. If we had not have this safeguard, we would not have a very important consolidating platform for all citizens. So this is my quick reaction to Auksės remark. The thing that I could add, something that happened in the story of Hitler. Why not could it win some votes, but also how the media gave up? Because we realized that communication comes first and then the decision. First, the idea is communicated by media. And a part of media in Germany were already under the influence of some business groups. And only some journalists who had warned about these dangers, they actually lost because the society didn't want to listen to them, while later the regime got rid of these journalists. So this phenomenon is much bigger than good laws in one particular country. Thank you, Vytautas. So very briefly, because as I understand we're almost out of time, well, to finish on an optimistic note again about these worlds, as we are speaking about these processes in the US and our region as well, and Europe, and the Western world as a whole, there are very important processes happening just next to us in this triangle, Russia, Belarus, Ukraine, next to which we live. The Russian dictatorship, the almost fully consolidated neo-fascist dictatorship in Russia and imperialist dictatorship is degrading. It is trying to pull all closest neighbors next to it. And so far, Belarus and Ukraine at least big segments of the societies in Belarus and Ukraine are opposing this in different ways. And this is critical fight, global fight, which is extremely important for the course of history. Well, the journalism in Lithuania and the West as such can and should and actually does play a role, which is maybe not the defining one, but very important one. It can bring together the segments of Belarusian, Ukrainian, and maybe Russian society that they are fighting for civilization, freedom, humanity against this dictatorial degradation and erosion and the collapse which is approaching, I'm afraid, very dangerous and destructive collapse. Well, media has to empower these segments of the society and bridge them with our societies by giving them voice. And in this regard, this is an important historical mission of media, including Lithuanian media. As you said, the front line of our region. And in my view, this is an important thing that can also have positive implications for media as such, media in our region and media in the West, coming back to our roots, to our mission and our values as a source of life in, in our bodies. So, therefore, I think that these are fundamental and very important historical processes unfolding around us, very important for media as well. So I would like to thank participants of our event for this interesting conversation and interesting insights, while our virtual audience, I would like to a virtual lunch break. Thank you and have a good day.
Ačiū. Viso gero.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Ačiū. Geros dienos. Sveiki, laba diena, aš sveikinuosi su visais
Hello, good
sugrįžusiais
afternoon.
arba naujai
Welcome
prisijungusiais
back,
jaunųjų lyderių
or
susitikimo
welcome
Vilniuje
if you have
dalyviais.
newly
Deja, tik virtualiais,
joined
aš būčiau
the
turbūt
virtual
gerokai
meeting of
laimingesnis
the Young
sveikindamasis
Leaders
su
in
jumis
Vilnius.
iš
Perhaps I would be
Hilton
much
Gardens
happier
Inn,
to
bet
welcome you from
deja,
Hilton
žinote
Garden
mažą
Inn.
bjaurybę, kuri daug mums
However,
visokius
perhaps you know about
planus,
that
bet kaip
little
visada
nasty
lasda turi du
thing
galus.
that
Mes bent jau galim
ruined
būti
plans
be
for many
kaukių,
of
kas
us.
yra irgi tam tikras
However,
privalumas.
we have an
Visom tos
advantage
valandos
here because we
bendraujant
can
tarpusavy,
be without
bendraujant
masks,
su
which is a good
visuomenės
thing
bendruomene.
in communicating
Pirmoje
with each other
sesijoje
and with
kalbėjomės
the audience, with the
apie
society and
žurnalistikos
community.
vaidmenį tiek
In the first
demokratinėse
session, we
valstybėse,
discussed about the role of
tiek ir
journalism,
autokratijose,
both in
apie tai,
democratic
kokį
states and
vaidmenį žurnalistai
autocracies.
gali atlikti
And we
dekonstruodami ir
discussed
demaskuodami
the
piktavališkas
role
valstybės
the
pastangas
journalists can
užgniaužti tiesą,
play
manipuliuoti tiesą,
in order to
arba
disclose
pateikti melą už
the
tiesą. Antroje dalyje mes
bad-willed
ketiname
intentions to
diskutuoti apie
manipulate
tiriamąją
Jews
žurnalistiką,
or
apie
conceal the
jos
truth.
galimybes
In the second
naudotis
session today, we are
atvirais
discussing
informacijos šaltiniais
the investigative
elektroninėje
journalism
erdvėje, apie
and
galimybę
the possibilities for
tuos
it to
šaltinius
use
panaudoti
open
demokratiniams
sources
procesams,
and
demokratėjimo
use those
procesams
sources
ir mes ketiname
for
konkrečiau
the
panagrinėti
democracy
būtent
processes and
Baltarusijos atvejį,
democratization
kas turbūt
processes.
šiandien yra
We
viena iš
specifically
didesnių
intend to
aktualijų.
mention the case
Aš
of
noriu
Belarus, which
pristatyti
is
diskusijos
more of a hot potato
dalyvius.
today. I'd like to
Tai
introduce
Vaidas
the
Saldžiūnas
discussion
iš naujojo portalo
participants.
Delfi.
This is
Taip
Vaidas
pat jis
Saldžiūnas
yra
from the Delphi
iniciatyvos
portal.
projekto Debunk,
He also is
lietuviškai demaskuok. Vienas iš iniciatorių,
one of the
vienas iš
co-initiators,
aktyviausių,
one of the
tos
initiators
grupės,
of
to
the
projekto
initiative
dalyvių
Debunk, and
ir
also
Giedrius
one of the most
Petkevičius,
active participants there.
nepriklausomas
And we have
žurnalistas,
Giedrius
blogeris,
Petkevičius, an independent journalist and
blogą
blogger
Sausuolis, kai kuriuos jo tekstus taip pat galima
who
skaityti
administers his blog
portale
Sausuolis.
Delfi. Jeigu,
And
aišku,
certain
esate
posts from there you can
prenumeratorius
also
jo
access at
apmokamo turinio.
Delphi if you
Neieškokite dar
subscribe
vieno
to
lango
his
su
paid
programoje
content.
paminėtu Giedrium Sakalausku iš
Don't look
Respublikos
for Giedrius
Info
Saklauskas
Napalmo. Jis
from
deja negalėjo
Respublika
šiandien
and
su mumis
Inform
būti,
Napalm.
apgailestaujame,
We are
svarbus
sorry
pašnekovas,
he
bet
could not make it
tikiuosi, kad
today. He's a
sugebėsime
perfect
aptarti įvairius temos aspektus ir
speaker
su mano pristatytais
and discussion
iškiliais dalyviais
participant.
savo
However,
srities
we
profesionalais. Aš
expect
pirmiausia
that
norėčiau paprašyti jūsų pristatyti
our
savo projektus, savo
panelists will be enough to
iniciatyvas,
disclose
nes
the
vienas iš jų
topic.
galbūt
I would
labiau
like you
žinomas
to ask
Lietuvos
to
auditorijai, šitas
present
mažiau
your
žinomas
initiatives, your
išorinei
work,
auditorijai, mūsų
because
auditorija
some are
pirmiausia yra
better
ne
known to
Lietuvos
local
žmonės, tie
audience,
su
some are
tais
better
galime
known
pasidalinti
to
savo patirtimi, jūsų patirtimi.
international
Tai,
audience.
gal, Vaidai, pats
And
galėtum
I would like you to
papasakoti,
share
kas
your
yra tas
experience.
Debunk,
So, Vaidas, could you
kaip jis
please
veikia, kuo jisai
explain what Debunk is, why was it formed, and how it works? Well, Debunk has returned to its initial status. In 2016, we had a need that appeared to debunk or demask a major disinformation flow, and everything started with the fact that as a journalist, one could look for certain messages in the whole flow of information, and finally you manage to find something. And after starting, this project gained momentum. Specialists from other areas joined it that also work with IT and artificial intellect, and actually Debunk developed into a wider project, including journalists and media. and other professionals, so that the group of professionals using technological tools could quickly find and debunk misleading or messages through various portals, small portals, websites, pages, first in Lithuanian and Russian, then we added English, and now we work in other countries, and technological solutions allow us to track the information space quite fast. The tool analyzes, the tool we have analyzes tens of thousands of articles a day and allows to filter certain narratives and messages. That's what the tool does itself, and groups those messages and narratives to dangerous or less dangerous articles. Finally, those that spread this information or misinformation adapted to the situation. And a certain fight on other aspects started, and whatever the system couldn't capture, people would track. And now at Delphi, we are working on this project Demo Squawk in Lithuanian or Debunk in English, because the system or the tool cannot catch or filter out certain messages due to technological limitations. Because we saw that certain messages and narratives used other channels to distribute those messages through fake emails, including my email too. And we are getting back to those key narratives, just like it happened at the beginning of the project. They became very obvious during the Belarus crisis when Alexander Lukashenko declared himself the winner of the presidential election, and everything started, and he directed their effort against media, various countries, but predominantly Polish and Lithuanian. And certain things don't need even special tools. It's enough to see the messages and narratives disseminated and by the key main channels, and they try to disseminate it in other languages, including Lithuanian. Another thing is no secret, the year 2020 is the year of the coronavirus. And again, there were certain information or disinformation messages that are circulating up to now, so we're working on them too. That much about the project. And the debunk project, which originated from our debunking efforts, joint debunking efforts of propaganda messages, actually has developed into a system which allows to see a certain trends, certain curves, and see the status now. By this, can we say that you have reinvented the wheel? I'm sorry, can we qualify whatever you have developed as the wheel, which doesn't need to be reinvented? Can you share this technological tool, the employment of AI in this process with others? Well, if we use the metaphor of the wheel, I should say that the wheel was invented millennia ago, but it's being reinvented constantly. So this applies to our case too. We actually work using our classical journalistic methods to deconstruct disinformation or information messages. It's debunking disinformation, and that's journalists' work to find and present facts. Technologies just help. Is it reinventing the wheel by others? Well, the key thing here is that technological processes would help to faster address problems if they are used either by elves, journalists, or the society at large. And it's good because our debunking news are used by the society and they have spread out. But whether the debunking tools have enchanted the world and whether they should be reinvented or redeveloped, I believe, the key point here would be the practical application of these technologies. That would be more successful case or cases in general. Thank you, Vaidas. Giedrius, now the floor goes to you. I have a question for you. As I understand, so Suolis project is a different project. It's not about the deconstruction of disinformation, but it's more related to providing content, related to military subjects, civicness topics. Am I right? And if yes, what would be your the project's contribution to the debunking of misinformation or fake news? Thank you so much. Well, in principle, I'm known in certain circles of experts and amateurs as Sausuolis. That is the name of the project. I'm not sure whether whether this initiative could be qualified as a separate project, because it's more of a hobby that has turned out to be something more than a hobby. I have no purpose to debunk something, but here we have two aspects. First is some educational role. I'm educating the society, and in this role I work on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and in the paid Patreon platform. In this respect, I'll tell you why I've mentioned that platform. So the first aspect or goal is to educate the society, the members of our community, in terms of Lithuanian defense, the defensibility of Lithuania, Lithuanian military, its potential, its future, and similar topics. I'll allow myself to joke a little bit. We joke that in Lithuania we have 3 million basketball coaches, and perhaps the number of experts in defense is the same. I'm not a professional basketball coach. I'm sorry, the sound is interrupting. Continuing interpretation. One among the key human needs is security, physical and emotional security. And if we see Lithuania in this respect, I should say that this need is not highlighted enough, not obvious enough in social space, in social media, in the society. Of course, we have a major difference between what happened up to 2014, our wake-up year, as I call it, and what happens now. But we still have this council phenomenon. And we have wrongful beliefs, and many of them. And based on them, people may have exaggerated expectations towards the military. And my first goal is to educate a certain part of the society that is getting educated, and I want to provoke interest in the society that's not educating itself. And my second goal is to financially support certain structural elements of our defense. Of course, if we are talking about our army or armed forces with a budget of $1 billion or so, including infrastructure. So our support is just a drop in the ocean. However, we can talk about the Shooters Union and the Riflemen's Union, and 3 sectors of it, and I raise funds in order to support them partially. So this is just a patriotic educational mission with practical inclusion, so to say. Thank you so much, Giedrius. As you've seen, in the agenda, you can see the organizers of this event have certain, so to say, framework of this topic. We have the Belarusian case and the media in debunking, investigative journalism in debunking. Can you say whether investigative journalism in debunking is a new genre? So it's not a new one. I'm sorry. I'm asking whether what debunk does, could it be qualified investigative journalism, or is it a totally new genre, so to say? Giedrius. Sorry, Vaidas. Well, it depends. If we're talking about deconstruction of various tools, then I would say that this is quite a new phenomenon, from 5 to 3 years old. However, investigative journalism, to my opinion, would be going much deeper to non-academic activities, namely to the classical investigative journalism. I wouldn't say so, actually, because this is the thing related to speed very much. Disinformation wants to spread as soon as possible and as fast and far as possible. And the faster you catch it, the faster you determine the source of that misleading message, what's wrong with it, and provide this information to the users of media through the mass media or through media outlets, the better it is. However, the investigative journalism needs deep and long-term work, and it wouldn't be working in this case, because you want to deconstruct that misleading information as soon as possible. And that is why debunk appeared, in order to do that as soon as possible. However, the world has lots of organizations engaged in investigative journalism, and their journalists provided more in-depth analysis and information in terms of disinformation topics. However, these journalistic investigations took time, and another question is how many people read those articles and what was the effect. So our target was to focus on fastness, to have a fast effect, and to provide the information that, look, that's message, it's not worth believing it, but it's spreading out now through certain channels, and deeper investigative journalism could be left to the colleagues who are specifically focused on that. Vaidas, I have the right impression that the success of cooperation with traditional media actually determines the success of your project. Namely, when you deconstruct things and show that white is not black and black is not white as it's portrayed. And these information units or pieces reach the users or consumers of information through the traditional media outlets. Well, I would say the key is to provide information through mass media, traditional, non-traditional media, about dangerous information phenomena. And yes, we use the traditional media outlets. And yes, that could be some truth in it. In terms of technologies and skills and tools, they are empowering agents to disseminate our message. And anyway, they're used to disseminate information about those dangerous phenomena. Thank you. Giedrius, I understand that you predominantly focus on Facebook, Instagram, and other social media. I've seen you on Facebook constantly. I haven't seen you on Instagram. Do you think that social media is predominantly determining the success and future of your project? Yes. If we think about the coverage, the accessibility, and the view of people and the rating of certain information sources, I believe, as Vaidas has mentioned, it's easy to provide information fast in social media and to sum it up. If we are talking about OSINT, open source intelligence, we're going to talk about, I should say that open sources have lots of information, and here we have certain, and those social media outlets have that feedback element. They can accept information and provide information you want to have. Let's talk about OSINT. Is there lots of information in open sources? I mean, the information worth taking into account and working on.
In general, if we speak about militarism and defense, we probably all understand that a part of information, some part of information, which would be interesting or attractive to the audience, is either classified or of limited access. And finding some interesting pieces is quite difficult. So we're not about entertainment, and it takes a lot of search. So if you search a lot, and then you collect all the details of the puzzle, you have to make it attractive and understandable for a common user. So in this regard, I think I succeed. Well, I have a similar question to Vaidas, having no doubt that our audience is very well educated and aware of everything, but still I would like to explain that OSINT is an abbreviation of Open Sources Intelligence. Maybe interpreters will benefit from it. So I would ask Vaidas, do you find many pearls in open sources, or you have to look deeper and have to work with some sources you would not like to disclose? Well, debunk activities are, personally for me, in contrary to what we had several years ago. The debunk project was gaining momentum. As a journalist, I specialize in defense. And the most interesting treasures are in some Russian language sources where you have lots of information and classification if you speak Russian, of course. Another source of information quite forgotten in Lithuania is a Twitter, where you can follow a lot of people. You don't need to disclose your own identity, and they use this information, and these people are either former or affiliated with intelligence services, or former staff of defense and intelligence services. Their ability to deliver information visually or verbally and some other things. This is where you can find some pearls or raisins or nuggets either on Belarus or on Azerbaijan-Armenia conflict. And this is where, as well as on Telegram channels, you get this information which later can be analyzed. And this is good information for debunk system. There are lots of interesting details. As I remember, there was one last name and one face which was caught in the search. I would never have noticed it myself, but I found it on the top of the search engine. And this name was a name of a diplomat of a non-friendly state working in Lithuania who was later departed for espionage. So we had this information on Twitter and on other systems. So sometimes there are really much easier solutions. Sometimes it's enough to have knowledge and skills to identify something you are interested in. Well, again, trying to get closer to the topic proposed by the organizers. Giedrius, I think you are observing what public information generators in Belarus or Belarusians working in other states such as Poland or Lithuania, what do you think about the content that they generate on Telegram channels, Next channel and others?
Na, informacinė prasme pamatyti tai, kas niekada neprasprūs, žinoma, į Baltarusijos oficiozų eterį.
Well, seeing some information which would never be aired on the Belarusian state television is really useful and very healthy for any journalist. As I said, I focus strongly on defense, and my interest in Belarusian developments is somewhat faded out recently. And though this region starts immediately after Druskininkai, but the Belarusian topic was very interesting immediately after the elections in Belarus, and it reached its peak of interest on the turn of August and September. This is when the Lukashenko's military hysteria was on its peak, when he generated lots of allegations against Lithuania, Poland, and NATO as such. So I have a video and have important insights about what should be taken into account in terms of understanding threat or non-threat from Belarus against a state such as Lithuania. So I would not have more comments on Next or others Telegram channels as such, but I'm mostly interested in the context of defense interests of Lithuania. So far, these questions have been more or less resolved, but I still have some. Well, probably we will have unavoidable military exercise Zapad just next to Lithuanian border. Probably you will again be interested militarily in our neighbor Belarus. But with this assumption that for you and Vaidas, you are interested in success of democracy wherever it is happening, either in the neighborhood or anywhere in the world, would you have some recommendations or remarks to Belarusians that have joined the information fight about methods or approaches to use in this struggle? Well, just a couple of sentences, if I may. It's difficult to recommend something being a person of word to this country, which is famous for its community of IT professionals. So both from Lithuania, from Poland, and from Belarus itself, they can find good solutions, and they have already found some by blocking the conversation programs, etc. The way they organize their joint marches, the way they communicate on social media, I think they have no problems in this. And I don't think that a regime might boast any good achievements to suppress these developments technically. However, physically, we should have a look where these protests will develop, whether they will fade out or they will get some legitimate face, except from Tsikhanouskaya's face. Vaidas, maybe I would ask you, as I understand, you are still interested in developments in Belarus. Quite the contrary, you have mentioned that your interest has transformed itself with the debunk initiative emerging out of the Russian aggression against Ukraine and annexating Crimea and other regions of Ukraine. And you and Giedrius mentioned this stage of awakening when there is a demand in the society to oppose fake news, disinformation, deconstructions, etc. So, in your turn, what can you say about the attempts of Belarusian information providers, about their professionalism, about their level of engagement and enthusiasm and technical savvy? Do you have some recommendations based on your experience? Well, as Giedrius said, recommending something to Belarusians is not fair, because next is their Telegram channel which shares the most up-to-date information, the most interested information, and I think Lithuanians could learn from them in technology. When we get messages from our firefighters about upcoming rain or invitations to elections, and we all have vibrating phones because of such quite irrelevant messages. While in Belarus, the so-called opposition is so much suppressed. These are just rare survivors, but still, as Belarusians have shown how good they are in using technologies for protesting and they do exercise such technological solutions. Though Ukrainians and Lithuanians were more successful in achieving the political change, though we had not yet had these technological solutions, which means that in Belarus still some understanding is missing whom they are opposing. Rather than one man with mustache and his clique and his entourage, they are also opposing this country in the east, which they still believe to be friendly. So far, somehow they fail to connect the dots and fail to understand that there is this big country which supports their big enemy. And they still consider this country quite friendly. Once they understand it, there are different ways. One way would be that of radicalization, which sounds really scary, and in a way it is useful to Lukashenko himself. On the other hand, this would be an important clarification, and it would provide clarity for the future of Belarusian protest movement, something that we saw in Ukraine, were quite friendly moods towards this big neighboring state until 2014. Even after 2004, still they had these friendly moods. But when these terrible things started in Crimea and Donbass, they started calling a shovel. And the national renaissance under white, red, white flag in Belarus, in Ukraine it started much earlier, with quite clear outlines what Ukrainians want. So far, Belarusians don't know yet what they want to achieve, except one clear goal: that this man with mustache leaves his position. But what next? It looks like they don't care yet, but they should be thinking about it. But it's not our role to give recommendations to them. It's up to their comprehension. Still, thank you for saying this, because despite this politeness and recognition that technologically we can hardly advise Belarusians on something or teach them some lesson, but still, in terms of strategic attitudes, this is missing in their fight. And it's very good that you have referred to the Ukrainian case. It's a pity Giedrius Sakalauskas has not joined us, since he works with this Ukrainian project. But Ukrainians have invested a lot in deconstruction and addressing these information attacks coming from Russia, which they see as the source of physical threat for them from Kremlin. And they also focus a lot on the informational attacks and deconstructing them, while in Belarus we still see attempts of self-organization, using technology for self-organization, organizing strikes, protests, and other acts of disobedience, while they don't focus that much on deconstructing official propaganda. Do you think the time will come when the society will be mature for deconstruction of propaganda? Or you think that this propaganda is so primitive that there is actually no need for debunking this propaganda and deconstructing it? The most primitive propaganda still is appealing for some people in the society. Second, this need will emerge one day in Belarus, and probably they will realize what is the actual source of this propaganda, which is quite obvious already. Even state televisions of Belarus and journalists working on these televisions had enough of it, since it has this strong flavor of collective farm. So not only in terms of IT and self-organization skills, but also by using these two aspects, self-organization and IT, for delivering their narratives, hopefully they will be able to recognize disinformation, its sources, and debunking. However, it will take many years, probably, given the fact that this very well-established system is so strong. Not for nothing, they still have KGB and collective farms in Belarus, not only in practical way, but also they still maintain this post-Soviet nostalgia and other feelings that Ukrainians have already got rid of, leave alone ourselves. So probably for Belarusians and this national renaissance which is underway in Belarus, what it will lead to, it's really difficult to expect that it will reach its goal in the nearest future. Yes, but you speak about the professionalism of fighting propaganda and you connect it with the need, emerging need in the society. So as long as the demand in the society is not ready for propaganda deconstruction and ideology attached to it, as long as this need does not exist, there will no be sources of this deconstruction. Or on the contrary, such projects can generate this demand. Well, this need exists in any society, even in the most suppressed society. In Russia, there are many people that don't believe in propaganda of the regime, like in other authoritarian states. And it's possible to attach hopes to the young generation, since they think more independently and they observe developments in the world, and at least before the pandemic they could travel to Lithuania and they could say, well, why do we still have these collective farms? Why do we have this stupid system? Why don't we have coronavirus, as this mustache man saying, if everyone has this coronavirus? And so this is a bottom-up process when people want to speak the truth. Like in Soviet times, people didn't believe information coming from mainstream media. So many people didn't believe it, but in 1991 we saw the developments in Moscow and implications. So all the walls were demolished really, really fast. The same can happen in Belarus successfully, but for this, a tipping point should be reached. And even if some revolutionary development happens, the disinformation wave, as well as Soviet nostalgia, is very strong in Belarus. This is why they still don't have the understanding that Kremlin is a part of the problem, not a solution or mediator, a force that could help them. I would like to ask both of us. Independent journalists, or
tuo katalizatoriumi.
or
kurį
information
Vaidas mini kaip
developers, can they help in
Aš manau, kad
implementing
visada
this?
turėtų būti jau paminėtas žodis kaip kritinė masė. Jeigu
Well, tipping point or
apskritai
critical mass have been mentioned.
Baltarusijos prezidento rinkimų neteisėtumas, jisai tapo savotišku katalizatoriumi arba
Well, the
automobilistiniais
Belarusian
terminais
election
šnekant starteriu, kuris
was a
užvedė
trigger
nemažą visuomenės masę, tai
which provoked
reikia
a big part of the
tiesiog
society to react.
duoti kuro tam, kad
So
tas
they need
automobilis, tas
fuel
mechanizmas, jisai
for this engine,
riedėtų
for this
ir
car to move on.
jisai, na, kad pati kritiškiausia ta dalis, kuri
So
jeigu
the
sudaro
most
daugumą, arba
critical
didžioji
part of the
dauguma, kad jinai
society
užsivestų ir kad jinai
was a
važiuotų
big
kartu su
silent
tais
majority,
patarimais, su tais
so
galbūt
that they
proeuropietiškais, kurių
join
deja ten nėra dar
the
tiek daug žmonių.
pro-European
Ir
part of the
tuomet bus
society, which is
rezultatas. Ir
unfortunately not as
galbūt
big yet.
skambės banaliai
And maybe
arba
then we will
banaliai,
have this result.
tačiau,
So maybe it
kalbant
will
apie tvirtą
sound
rezultatą mūsų pašonėj,
primitive, but if you
tą
want to
demokratinį,
achieve
kokį mes
consolidated
įsivaizduojam, kaip yra pas mus,
democratic result
turi visgi
in
praeiti kartos,
our
pasikeisti
neighboring states,
kartos.
still we need
Ir
new
kartų kaita
generations
šitoj vietoj
to grow
yra
up.
labai svarbi. O
So
apie
generation
tuos,
change is very important in this
info žmones
regard.
arba tuos viešuosius asmenis, kurie
Well, the
kuria teikia
information
informaciją,
developers
jų vaidmuo
who
matyt
develop
būtų kaip
information,
papildomo degiklio,
their
kaip
role
vėlgi starterio, kuris
would be
palaikytų visą tą procesą ir
the role of a
neleistų jam
starter, so that they
Vaidai,
support
turit
this
ką
process.
pridurti apie starterius ir katalizatorius?
Well, could you add something else about starters and triggers? Well, I'm not that good in car engines, but if we use these terms, probably we have starters working, but the democratic engine, the democratic car, is not taking off yet. So far, we only have the attempts of starters, and the tipping point is not yet reached, and the time is not yet achieved, and there is a lack of personalities. Well, of course, many personalities are beaten up and imprisoned. Everyone who is trying to act as a personality, everyone raising their heads, they are beaten in their heads. And still, they will need personalities, either independent journalists or opinion makers. So far, we don't see them, and the regime understands it very well, and they try to kill any such manifestations. People learn democratic freedoms from each other, and regimes also learn from each other. And this regime is good in handling the opposition for years. They can also learn from Russia or from Venezuela. This is a very remote country, but they also were beating up the opponents, they were detaining and arresting them to kill any resistance. And what we hear and know from Venezuela, nothing. It looks like there are two presidents there, which don't accept each other, don't recognize each other, but the situation is not changing. The government is the same, well consolidated, in the hands of the same ideology, with all attempts to overthrow it the way it was in former Yugoslavia, Serbia, or Ukraine. Breaking the spine of this regime didn't work. And it looks like in Belarus so far they're not succeeding. But still, after trying and trying again, one day it happens. I have a question which would be good for finishing our conversation, but from my experience, I know that the questions that you have and you think that they are good for the end usually leave ungiven, so the end comes close to the end, so I can break the scenario of the conversation, and I'd like to ask you about the motivation, your own motivation to join and launch such initiatives. Since in Lithuania, people are not being beaten for demonstrating or protesting. Assemblies are legal in Lithuania, and we have elections in Lithuania And these elections only are questioned by very marginal groups that only get below 1% of votes in these elections. So in Lithuania, we have peaceful transitions of governments, etc., etc., which means that you don't have such incentives as people in neighboring Belarus. So why professionals, good professionals that have a lot of things to do in their life, undertake such initiatives? So maybe, Giedrius, you could answer.
Na, jeigu labai iš toli, bet pasistengiant trumpai.
Well, to
Šiek
start
tiek
from far
juokaujant,
away
kiekvienas
and keep it
berniukas vaikystėje matyt
concise
žaidžia
and to
karą.
joke,
Dalijosi
perhaps every
statulėliais, na
boy
dabartinis gal jaunimas
plays war
daugiau
in
kompiuteriuose
childhood.
šaudyklės žaidžia.
Maybe modern
Vėliau,
youth
na,
do
vėliau
it on
keičiasi gyvenimas,
computers,
atsiranda kiti
but
interesai.
later on
Kažkas
life
tai išaugama,
changes, life goes
kas
on,
neišauga
other
iš to nueina į
interests
kariuomenę,
appear,
policiją,
people
kitas
grow
jėgos
out of
struktūras.
these
Kai
things.
kam tai
If they
lieka tiesiog
don't, they
kaip
move on
malonus
to
hobis,
military and other
tačiau
similar
gyvenant
structures.
pašonėje tokių kaimynų,
Some
kalbų apie ką
of
tik aptartą valstybę,
people, if they grew
arba
out of
jos,
it, they
na
keep
taip
it as a
nepabijokim to žodžio
hobby.
šeimininką, Rusiją,
And if we are
gyvena šalia
talking
tokių
about
valstybių, apskritai pamiršti tą karybą, tą fizinį saugumą, kurį
our
aš minėjau,
environment, namely
kuris
our
yra labai svarbus,
neighbors
netgi sakau,
and
klasikinės technologijos,
and
kuri kaip
Russia in
piramidės, yra
general
pakankamai
and
sunku ir
said,
galiausiai,
and
kai reikalas prieina
being
prie
surrounded by such
tokių
neighbors
tikrai
as
atvirai
Russia and
šiurkščių kovojimo
Belarus,
su veiksmų
and
pasirinkti Kryme, kas
actually we
vyksta
cannot forget the
Donbase, kas
defense
prieš tai vyko
subject
Gruzijoj,
as
tu
at
supranti,
all. And when
tu
we see
pats
their
turi imtis
open
iniciatyvos.
attacks
Tai
and
iniciatyva
grabbing
galima
attacks, what
dėtis
happens
uniformą, stoti
in
vieną ar kitą organizaciją,
Georgia and
iniciatyva
etc.,
galima,
etc.,
mano atveju,
then
skleisti vienokią ar kitokią
one
žinią
can
ir jeigu tas
either
yra
join some voluntary
sutvirtinama
military
vienaip ar kitur,
organization
tai yra
or
valionės,
go
tai
my
tai
way,
yra išties
start
svarbu gyvenime.
working
Visa tai, ką
on
mes
the
turime dabar,
information,
matome už
in the
lango,
information
pradedant,
area.
nežinau,
That's what happens
visais
in life.
demokratiniais pasiekimais,
Whatever we
ir
see
netgi
today,
tuo pačiu nustojimo
our
Covido
democratic
valdymu, jis yra
achievements
mūsų
and
valstybės ir
much
mūsų tos
criticized
vyriausybės Covido valdymas.
management of
Ir aš
the
noriu, kad
COVID
taip išliktų,
epidemic. It
o
is
ne
anyway
kažkas tai
done
mums
that we
reguliuotų, kaip
criticize
50
it
metų prieš tai reguliavo
by
gyvenimą.
us. And I wanted to keep it this way instead of some other country actually controlling it. Vaidas, what about you? What was the catalyzer, the starter, the trigger, the starter? Well, it was first of all my professional interest, which is natural. Number two was the interest in history and the ability to recognize certain things. And if you recognize certain things, then you say it, and you are among the very first to say it. Then, of course, you start to rate yourself higher, then you start talking more about it, then you find like-minded people who can find certain solutions you can't find yourself, for example, technological solutions, or, for example, you can find a forum how you can transmit your messages on a more massive scale so that it's accessible to more people than earlier. And if you know these things, if you know what you're talking about, it gives you self-satisfaction, basically. And talking about military in my life came about in 2012. That's when I started doing it on a more serious scale. Now, of course, the year 2014 served as a real catalyzer. And, we can, this is the way we can provide this information in a more accessible way and have the coverage of this information more effective and wider. And if you do that, if you can contribute to the general education, and we can start with elementary things. It seems elementary that we don't have the KGB or Central Intelligence Service translated in Lithuanian, not in the Russian manner. And when this term is
Ačiū, aš čia
caught
vėlgi
by others, you can see that
užjausdamas
you have
mūsų vertėjus
contributed
tik noriu
it.
trumpą pastabą pasakyti, kad Lietuvoje turėjome,
I'd like
iš esmės
to
tebeturime tokią
say
realiją,
that we're
kai
still in
Amerikos žvalgybos
Lithuania.
agentūra Central
We'll-
Intelligence Agency Lietuvoje daug
We
metų buvo
still
verčiama
have
kaip
the
centrinė
reality.
žvalgybos valdyba,
Previously,
visiškai
we
beždžioniaujant
translated in a
rusišką
Russian
vertalą.
way. Instead of
Centralinė razviedava
CIA, Central Intelligence Agency, we used to say Central Intelligence Service. As I said, we did it in the Russian manner. And thank you to Vaidas, who publicly called on using the proper name, namely the agency for CIA instead of the service. I would also say thank you to myself, because I have thought about using the proper name of the CIA there.
Ryžtingai pertvarkė savo leksikoną ir irgi
And
perėjo prie
whenever I
centrinės
raised this
žvalgybos
point,
agentūros,
the
nors
national
Lietuvoje dar yra
TV
žiniasklaidos
actually
priemonė, kurios vardu
started
atskleidžiame
using
pavadinimą tiek ir kalbininkų bendruomenės atstovų iš
the
kitų,
proper
kurie sako,
name,
kad, ai,
even
nėra čia
though we
reikalo
still have some who use the
tradiciją
old
kaitalioti. Aš turiu dar vieną
manner
klausimą, kuris irgi
of
truputį
naming
su poezijos
CIA.
atspalviu, nors jau kur kas arčiau prozos.
I'd
Tiek
like
Giedrius, tiek Vaidas, jūs abudu
to discuss
minėjote,
about
kalbėdami
another
apie
point, which is
Baltarusijos
closer
atvejį,
to
kalbėjote
the
apie kartų
turf, so
kaitą,
to
kaip
say.
būtiną sąlygą
Vaidas
visuomenės
and
pabudimui,
Giedrius, you
persiorientavimui
said
į
that
kitas
generations
vertybės,
need some
susivokimui savo
trigger in
tapatybės.
order to
Ar
reorient,
Lietuvoje
to
mes
refocus
neturime
on
kiek,
its
kitokio
values.
proceso? Aš
Don't
turiu
we have a
galvoje,
little bit
kad,
different process in
jau
Lithuania? I mean
30
that
metų yra sulaukę žmonės, kurie gimė
people who were
nepriklausomoj
born
Lietuvoje. Ir todėl
in
jiems,
the independent
Giedriaus
Lithuanian
minėta
already
realija,
are
50
30
metų už
now.
mus kiti
And,
priiminėjo sprendimus,
for
nebeatrodo
50
reali,
years
nebeatrodo apčiuopiama,
before
nebeatrodo
that,
suvokiama.
we had the previous reality when others made our decisions for that. And it seems no longer realistic, actually. So, actually, the new generation do not remember, they have not experienced that occupation force and occupation control.
Kaip dekonstruojami jų melai, kodėl mums jiems iš viso, ar
And
jiems tas įdomu, kaip padaryti, kad tai būtų
is
įdomu?
the new
Ir ar reikia daryti,
generation
kad tai būtų įdomu?
interested in deconstruction of Russia, which has taken over the former Soviet Union? I'm sorry, I cannot hear Vaidas, if you Vaidas are talking. And should we strive to do that? Vaidas answering. Well, as an example, I would take our parents' generation. It's not the grandparents, but parents' generation, people who were born in 1950s, 60s, and they grew up during the Soviet rule, who were around 30 when the Soviet Union collapsed. Many of them didn't know or didn't want to know or refused to know anything about Holocaust. And how could those people recognize these facts? And well, this was done through constant broadcasting, I would say, constant talking, and the sooner you start, the better it is, the sooner it's achieved. And if we're talking about media, we want to provide shocking information in terms of numbers or headings or visual information. But actually, in modern society, perhaps it's the only way. If you want to show what the Holocaust was, that you should basically take either grown-ups or kids to Panarei graveyard or grave pits and tell who's buried there, in order to educate people about the Soviet times, you have to bring them to those cattle rail cars that were used to carry people to Siberia, and we need to talk about it. And actually, as soon as the Kremlin propaganda became really outrageous and nasty, many more people became interested in the historical facts, and in Vardevo, remains were found sooner, and actually young people became interested in this topic. Now, before that, nobody talked to them about it, and they were not interested. And after that, that has become a public interest in this generation, and of course, it triggered many other repercussions and processes. But anyway, the shock might be the only effective state which actually wakes up people who hadn't faced the past atrocities in order to recognize them, recognize maybe mistakes, or maybe understand or realize certain repercussions. Because, for example, in the year 2020, we haven't still yet analyzed the past, the events of 1940s, and what happened, what was wrong. And maybe stepping into the shoes of ordinary people or decision makers of these times. Maybe raising the public awareness through the examples and trying to live those lives and experience the past. That would be a way to do that. It is, well, we have two aspects. Maybe we should be grateful to Kremlin, especially after the Crimean campaign, that we understand that we need to focus more on defense, including monetarily, and that we need to focus more on our partisan or guerrilla movement during the Soviet times. And this raised interest because the Kremlin started actually painting them black very intensely. And what do you think in terms of the generation or community who haven't seen the 13th of January or the Soviet times? To which extent do you think this generation is interested in the deconstruction of fake news or fake news in general? Well, you were right saying that there are two aspects. Here I would like to highlight a comparison which may be quite outrageous to conservative people. If we're talking about the X, Y, or Z generations, and we need certain show elements in order to provoke interest among young people. I'm not talking about some Hollywood type shows. We don't have resources for that, for Hollywood type movies. But we can see that our military, our armed forces have some attractive videos. They develop attractive videos and post them on YouTube. They have nice ceremonies, for example, guards of honor and their procedures, and placing flowers at the monuments of our guerrilla movement figures. And like this, we need these show elements, these shots for show, so to say, and use some Hollywood elements. I don't mean that we should turn everything into some play, but we should learn from the best. That's my idea. Well, I would answer very simply. Just like in Russia, the interest in the Second World War and post-World War II events is encouraged. And, in Russia, or ordered by Russia, they develop computer games and use them as a channel to raise this interest. Can't we do that? Basically, develop a computer game with Lithuanian guerrilla movement actors or figures. We don't need a Hollywood movie to be shot here. But computer games have taken deep roots among the young generation. And seeing computer games with some Lithuanian elements is quite fun to everybody. Maybe somebody prefers seeing Chernobyl, just like in Fabioniškes, or compared to Fabioniškes, but actually we can use some historical moments and use certain methods that are not super complicated like computer games. And there are other methods that are not yet discovered or applied. Computer games about guerrilla movement or special task force of our special operations force Aitvaras, or maybe some historical, for example, Lithuanian Grand Duchy attacks against Russia. Yeah, that would work. Maybe a nice serial, maybe including less dragons compared to Game of Thrones, shown on Netflix, would actually have a double effect, both on Lithuanian young people and on the world, showing that Lithuania does not exist starting since 2018 or since 1991. Thanks to Gorbachev, but that our country has deep roots in history. We are a democratic state, and we can defend and actually publicize our values. So I hope that you will accept well my idea. For example, and it wouldn't look like a blasphemy, people sometimes are skeptical about arguments and deconstructing. They say that constructing fake news is a matter of 1 minute and disseminating. However, deconstructing one message, one fake news message, it may take a week or even longer, and it might become, similar to fighting with windmills, fighting against windmills. So the more you deconstruct, the more they construct fake news and much more. That's one argument. Another argument is oftentimes fake news may not be noticed unless fake news are deconstructed and actually published throughout various sources. For example, the fake news that somebody hacked into the BNS website or web portal and found that a NATO soldier raped a Lithuanian girl. It might have been stayed there unless it was disseminated throughout various channels. Well, maybe Vaidos would have a different opinion, but I would like to say that this example and its spreading publicly is useful at least in two cases. First of all, the developer of the fake news must not be a hacker with a Coca-Cola can, but actually a certain structure that stands beyond it, which actually shows that people are working in this area and it's prevented. On the other hand, less critical people are reached by the news that this news is fake and that this entity is being attacked by a certain other entity. Otherwise speaking, there are two sides of the matter. So basically, we shoot two birds in one shot. We show that there is an enemy and who it is and where it is, and that we have countermeasures to control that enemy. Thank you, Vaidas. Vaidas? Well, these counter-arguments could be united by one argument, which sounds like, so what? Perhaps you didn't know that fake news before Delphi or the major media outlet announced it or posted it. Yes, perhaps you are not a target group based on the language or social profiling. Another argument, however, is that perhaps this fake news was attacking certain agencies or institutions. If you see that it was a cyber attack together with disinformation, usually these two are more sandwiched lately, then usually the purpose was to see how the system responds, the public responds, the media responds, whether the society is basically already insensitive to it. When for many years, they were pumped with information, suddenly Crimean gives in, and everybody's at a loss. Maybe these are not Russian soldiers. No, they have no uniforms. These are ordinary holidaymakers. Why don't we think these are Russian soldiers? Because BBC didn't say so. And before that, we can only think that maybe allegedly, but it's not clear. So that's the vague zone or hazy zone. However, whenever you state the facts and publish the facts, post the facts, you can inform the society. If they find out about it, they will actually not be hurt. However, Adolfas Ravanauskas' case was another example. It was the way to make this personality public and to honor this personality. Now, everybody knows that Vanagas Ravanauskas was a guerrilla movement leader, and there was a year announced as Vanagas year, and there was a ceremony, a burial ceremony dedicated to him, and there were with young people, carrying various attributes. So in this case, we need to know who or what attacks what and why. In this case, we should know whether these are our own people or enemy for us. But this line is very tricky, I would say, very slippery, because usually historical events may be interpreted in various ways, and here we can reach some risky waters. What we saw back in 18 or 20, what the Balkans saw some time ago, and we cannot allow those things. Therefore, we really need to know what is disinformation, then, and in case we have the message, we have to deny the message, we have to know who said that, what are the facts, and who said that, why did they say it. You don't need to go into deep polemics with mad people who say that the land is flat. You just state the facts, that's it. You don't need to get deeper into it.
Still, some people believe that the Earth is flat, and Flat Earth Society is one of the most frequently visited website. So we just have several minutes to go. I have a question to both of you with short answers in this context of ours and theirs, or our ours and aliens. So as you work in deconstruction coming from an alien state or from foreign states, do you imagine an idealistic future when disinformation worth deconstruction will no longer come from foreign states and will no longer need efforts of deconstruction? Do you think this time will come one day when there will be no targets for your initiatives? The brief answer is no. I'm sure that disinformation will exist. It is not a recent phenomenon. We had it in Middle Ages. Lithuania did it, foreign states did it. Believing in critical thinking of the majority is very optimistic, but I would prefer I would be a skeptic. There is quite a big share of stupid people, or maybe naive people, who tend to trust, especially in these times of technology development, in times of visual technologies and other technologies, where even professionals might have doubts on truth and untruth, and with time, I think this phenomenon will be more relevant, and there will be more and more manipulations, and this topic will stay there. Thank you, Vaidas. Giedrius, what will be the fronts of manipulations in the nearest future? Well, to put it briefly, I would agree with Vaidas. It would be quite utopian vision to believe that these visions will go. Well, if we were maybe in New Zealand or at least in Austria, we would not have that many problems with that, but still problems exist there as well. And debunk mechanisms would still be necessary to us. So my wish to all of us is to be resilient and to create countermeasures. I'd like to thank the panelists, Vaidas Saldžiūnas from Debunk Initiative and Delphi portal, and Giedrius Petkevičius, who is known as Sausuolis, or cold fish. And he has this blog named Sausuolis. Thank you for these 90 minutes that you've spent with us. And also during the previous panel, I would like to remind that tomorrow there will be 2 more interesting panels organized by this Vilnius Young Leaders Meeting. Thank you for your participation and for contributing. Thank you and see you next time.